Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for attending the third OSP meeting discussing this item. It's a bit like sort of Groundhog Day to a degree. I'm hoping the lines of inquiry may be refreshed and new rather than going over the same ground again. But before we do any of that, I've got to tell you who's sending apologies. Sam.
We've got apologies from Councillors Mel Alcott, Josh Robinson, Marcus Hart, Jenny Shaw, Richard Tudge, Church Rep Tim Reid, Councillor Sam Bastow, and Councillor Joan Monk has submitted her apologies as well.
Okay, declarations of interest and any party whip. There are none. Public participation, there is none. Confirmation of minutes of the previous meeting, 24th of September, and then also the 16th of October. I'll move them from the chair for accuracy. Is there a seconder?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Vice Chairman. Anyone disagreeing? Thank you. So we go into the substantive items this afternoon. The Local Government in Reorganisation, or LGR, One Worcestershire proposal update. Can I remind members that we're not here to really focus our attention on district council collaboration or whatever they may say in their reports. That's not of relevance today. We're here to scrutinise the One Worcestershire proposal.
I'm just going to introduce.
Hannah, are you introducing?
Yes, just very briefly. Wasn't planning on going through the report because it's very similar to the one that went to council, but just wanted to highlight the changes that have been made post-council. So they're from paragraphs 29. We have made some minor updates to some of the financial figures based on conversations with PwC and Y Forest colleagues, and the pages that they're referenced are in paragraph 29 and paragraph 30. The business case also includes further letters of support from businesses, etc. And just to update the panel, Y Forest District Council did approve the One Worcestershire bid in their District Council meeting on the 12th of November, so just wanted to cite colleagues on that. And then it's over back to you, Chair, for questions.
Okay, thank you, Hannah. Small changes you referred to. Could you give us a little bit more detail on that?
If members see their pack, they've got the summary of changes on the business case. So on page 127, there's a note in there that just got the limitations of the model. So that's in there. Then on pages 128 and 29, we've outlined the detailed assumptions of the financial model, particularly focusing on the staffing costs and the benefits, and how the rationale for doing the on-costs for employees NI and superannuation. And then goes through in terms of, we've added a few other notes on some of the models that does staffing costs, the benefits exclude on costs because of the difference of LGPS rate for all districts and the county. And then 157 to page 165, there's letters of support from John Campion, Simon Trickett, from NHS, DICB, the Police and Crime Commissioner, and a number of businesses throughout Worcestershire. So that's on the front page of the...
Thank you, Phil. Forgive me if I'm asking the wrong question. Is this including the financial differential that had been exposed, circa 5 million? Am I on the right place here?
Yes, and that was highlighted to members at full council on the 6th, and it's the updated version that everyone's got in front of you today.
Okay.
Is
so
correct?
I would thank you, Hannah. You said minor changes. It's a reminder to us all that £5 million represents a minor change, and gives some indication of the scale of what we're talking about, that 5 million can be regarded as small change. Forgive me for saying that, but it does strike me that many people would argue that £5 million cannot constitute a small change. Have you a response?
The county's budget is 1.2 billion. In terms of the minor change, in terms of that, it is, if you look at our external auditor's report, the materiality limit for the county council is it's material for some, but it's not material for the county council.
Thank you. Paul, I think, is itching to get in here.
Well, I think the choice of words is interesting. I don't think 5 million is minor. I think 5 million is a significant amount of money. But remember, we're talking about modelled numbers here. And that's the context we need to think about it. It's not about the definitive of have you spent 5 million or not, because, you know, 5 million is the bridge we're talking about in Powick and various other things. These are huge sums of money. When we're talking about it as, I think the better language is probably, is it a material change? And even looking at the business case, what we have is a position where it was saying that effectively one of the figures in the spreadsheet was saying that it would be in the third year after LGR, the district councils would still be operating at £2 million, £2.5 million loss, negative, if you like. And actually, when we've looked at the figures, we think that should be 2.5 million plus. And so that was found by PwC. All of the things that were raised by Wyre Forest have been through with PwC, and with the additional explanation, they are completely satisfied, and that was said so at their meeting. So this was found as part of our general check through to make sure the figures are right. But the plus side in the third year for the county council is over 30 million. And so for it going from -2 to 2 compared to 30, the difference really is not a material difference. Yes, it's slightly better. If anything, we're representing a slightly better position for the district councils. But in terms of the conclusions of the reports, you know, if it had gone from sort of 10 million to 25 million, and therefore it was quite close between the two, then I could see the point. But in terms of where we are now, it's not really material. There's a significant difference to 1 compared to 2. And that still remains. That's the only context that it's a minor change in. In terms of an amount of money, obviously it's a significant amount of money.
Thank you for your response. You'll understand my line of inquiry, though, was perfectly relevant. Right, I'm going to invite Councillor Seb James to open up proceedings this afternoon.
Fab, thank you, Chair. This is perhaps more of a line of inquiry for the Chief Exec, if that's okay. Previously when we've met, and I think it was at the OSPB when we were in Wyre Forest, we mentioned that we had initially entered the process looking at strategic authority concurrently with LGR, and then we were going to look at that at a later stage because we were working out map. Obviously, the government had now decided to do away with police and crime commissioners in 28, forcing almost the hand of a strategic mayoralty around that time, because there will be a set of devolved powers that we will need to allocate somewhere, either the new authority or a mayor. To me, that means we need to start looking at strategic authority at the same time now, as well as this proposal, because it's almost pushing this forward. We need to know what's going to happen in 2028. And I don't think this, quite understandably, this doesn't acknowledge it because the decision hadn't been made, but it has now been made and the landscape's changed.
Absolutely right, and it's a point I would have raised later if not. So yes, absolutely, quite out of the blue. We've had an announcement from government that the Police and Crime Commissioner will be abolished from 2028. There is, however, a little caveat in that the powers can either move to a mayoral model, or if you don't have them, they will move to the local authority. So I still stick by the position that devolution really, in order to understand and to be able to get agreement with other councils, because this will be 2 or 3 at least other councils, we all need to know what those councils are, and that's LGR, and this is the first step. Our plan has always been to try and have elections in 28 if possible, and because we can get the agreements with the other councils when they're in shadow form. So as long as they're elected in 27, they'll be in shadow form. One of their decisions to make is who will be their strategic partners for a strategic authority. And that would be the same for us, and it'd be the same for Warwickshire, the same for Gloucestershire. Herefordshire obviously is already in that position, same for Shropshire, are all going at the same time. So it's still in train to do that. You're absolutely right. If we can bring the two together, it would make absolute sense. We'd always planned on trying to do it for 28 anyway. And so it doesn't really alter our timeline, and I don't think it alters the LGR bid, which really the government have said make sure that anything you suggest for LGR will not prevent options for devolution. So we have put in there about devolution and saying we could go with Warwickshire, we could go with Gloucestershire, we could go with Shropshire, we could go with Herefordshire. We will go with Herefordshire more than likely because they've got nowhere else really to go, and therefore we're looking for a third partner. And there has been some expression of preference around it being Warwickshire, and I can see that, particularly if it's about growth. You know, home of JLR, lots of engineering. You look at our northern districts, and lots of engineering and supply chain up that way. I can also see Gloucestershire, though, as well, in terms of defence around GCHQ and what we have in terms of Malvern, and also what Herefordshire have in terms of the SAS and various other things. And so there are a number of options for us, and I think it's either, to be fair, either one or two will not preclude any of those options. And I think that's where we need to be. So we're not putting forward an option that would stop anything happening in future. The key for me is absolutely right, I agree with you. Let's get this behind us, because we want to be able to draw down that money into the devolved mayoral areas as soon as possible, if that's where the money is going.
Seb?
Yeah, thank you. I suppose it's raised more, and I might come back to it if the chair allows. To me, 27 to 28 is an incredibly short amount of time to be negotiating a strategic authority. I mean, I don't know how long this has been on the tape, but we haven't even got an answer here, and we're all in the same county. All of a sudden to approach other counties and say, do you want to work with us? I'm a little bit shocked. I'd never heard Herefordshire being almost a confirmed partner, so I think that's relatively... My question perhaps to the politicians rather than the officers is, so looking ahead then, if LGR is done, what is the vision of where would you imagine we'd possibly be linking up? Are we having conversations now so we don't get to 27 and think, oh gosh, what are we doing? Let's quickly grab at some deals. I think we have to be thinking about it from now.
So that's David and Rob.
Thanks, Chair. Well, we have had conversations, or very initial conversations with the other reform administration in Warwickshire. They have quite openly said that their strategy is to enter the West Midlands Strategic Authority, although what I'm being told quite clearly is also that that isn't an option at the moment. I believe they're not taking any newcomers at this stage. We as a party are quite clear in our strategy. We quite openly have said that we'd, in an ideal world, we'd be dealing with Warwickshire and Gloucestershire. I think the Herefordshire thing, as far as I'm aware, is a bit historical. I don't think there's any deals been made yet. Those conversations haven't been had in any detail. That said, I think, like Paul mentioned on the proposal, we have to keep our options open, and this is going to be arguably a bigger case for Worcestershire than it is for LGR just as a unitary. I think when we're going to look at mayorals in the mayor authorities in the future, I would agree. Short term, I think don't rush it. I think we have to. We don't know what the administration is going to be like in 2 years. We don't know who's going to be voted in. Hopefully, it will be reform. Obviously, from our perspective, having gone through this for the last would be then 18 months. But at this stage, keep your options open. Those conversations are very early on, and all members will be kept abreast of everything as soon as we know any more.
No, not for me. David's the expert in this area.
I'm assuming that part of Paul's thinking about Herefordshire is the fact that Herefordshire are not allowed to migrate into Wales, so they're kind of landlocked a bit. They can either come eastwards to Worcestershire, northwards to Shropshire, or south to Gloucester. But their options are limited, and as a consequence, we're implicated in that scenario, whether we like it or not. Seb, anything else you want to say on that? I'm going to move to Karen next.
Thank you very much. And building slightly on the strategic authority now, when I think back to what the original remit was from the government, it was about forming coterminosity where you can around health, which is a lovely segue into the integrated care board that is now Warwickshire, Worcestershire, Herefordshire and part of Coventry. But Coventry will naturally, I would imagine, go back to the combined authority. I actually think this is the correct footprint for us because it's a similar demographic, a very similar demographic, and I think we could potentially achieve with the manufacturing base around JLR and the partners that feed into that, I think we've got a world of opportunity. In fact, I think it's probably the one light on the horizon if we could do something around that to attract and retain investment. Because this isn't just about cutting the pound, is it? It's about improving the outcomes. And I suppose my one criticism, as you well know, of this paper is that I think it's light on selling what we want to achieve in terms of outcomes from this local government reorganisation. It's all right talking about the money, but if the demand continues to be there, the demand will outstrip what we've got to pay the bills at the end of the day. There is one point I'm very disappointed in, is the continuing authority. In this paper, it speaks about Worcestershire being the continuing authority, and we did have a Worcestershire Leaders Board which did agree that Worcestershire wouldn't be the continuing authority, and we would start from base with that. It is something that has led to question marks around what we're doing here, but it is, I read it as the continuing authority being Worcestershire County Council. I think overall as well, it's light on outcomes. I think to sell something, you need to sell the virtues of it. If you're going to save £12 per head of the population, there has to be some gain for those individuals that live in here, and the 610,000. And I think prevention, as I keep saying, needs to be addressed. I think with the NHS and the ICB cuts at 50%, we've got some challenges here, because I looked after children and our adult social care. Whilst I was told last week at a county association of local councils, we've got 9% increase in those in adult social care, I think it was, in crisis, and 18% in children. So I suppose that leads me to a lovely segue to say, could somebody please clarify how many looked after children we have? Because I attended the County Association of Local Councils meeting last Thursday evening, and there was a bit of ambiguity about how many children we're looking after, how that equates per 10,000 of the population, please, and where it sits with nearest neighbours, if that's possible. Adam, thank you very much.
Those questions might need a written answer and some research, but I think you get the general thrust there.
I think we can answer most of them, and Adam probably will be able to. I agree a lot with what Karen says in terms of outcomes. It is a very realistic document. It's about the finances that we have, and it is written very differently to the district council's submission, which is about outcomes in a different way. We've approached this from a position, I guess, of knowledge of where we are running social care, and at the moment the government has put back the review of adult social care and of children's services, and so what else can you base it on other than the reality of where we are? And I accept a point absolutely that there needs to be more in here, and that will come from transformation and the savings we can make. But that isn't a fundamental of the business case, because until we make them, we don't know exactly what that will be. But we are working on that. In terms of the looked after children, the point that she raises was raised by me at that meeting, in that there is a statement there are two statements in the district council's submission that I fundamentally oppose. One is that children's services is failing. I would say on what measure? And secondly is that we have the highest number of looked after children, which, having checked with Adam before I went to that meeting, I was given the data up to date, and we are not. And that's all I simply said is, if we're going to put these figures in, let's make sure they're right. And so I'm perfectly happy for Adam to come in and give you the full details of what that is, but we're certainly not that position. And we also need to be careful about choosing nearest neighbours. Are they actually our representative group? That's not necessarily like for like, but that's where we are. In terms of the overall push for prevention, absolutely, I agree there needs to be a push for prevention. The only point I would make is that can't just be prevention from the county council. This is a system issue. This is a social, societal issue, really, and possibly needs national input. You know, we haven't written the law on SEND. We haven't written the law on children's services. We don't, necessarily have the precursors to change the way in which the NHS invests in terms of treatment or prevention. There needs to be a fundamental shift to prevention. And yes, we need to do our bit, but we can't do it on our own.
Hey, Karen.
Thank you very much indeed, and thank you for those figures. I'll anticipate that Adam will send them across to me so I can compare and contrast. Okay, we'll come to that in 1 minute. I think in terms of the continuing authority, I don't think you touched on that, Mr. Robinson.
No, I didn't. Oh, Mr. Continuing authority, my understanding is there is nothing in the document that talks about continuing authority, which is what we said we would do to the districts. So it doesn't say we'll be a continuing authority.
Thank you for that clarity, because that's what I've picked up on. So I'll go back and check my notes. Thank you very much indeed.
Yeah, we raised it at the last scrutiny board that you said you didn't want that in, and that has come out. Ultimately, what I would say, though, of course, is it is up to the government to decide what happens, not ourselves. But we haven't specifically asked for it.
So just to add, just specifically in terms of the looked after children figures, as of today, our looked after children population is 1,048. That equates to 87 per 10,000 population-wise. More helpfully, I think, is if you look at the last 18 months regional comparative data, Worcestershire has essentially been, for want of a better expression, in a mid-league position. We have approximately 7 authorities with a higher looked after children population rate than we do. Obviously a lot of single-tier authorities within that. Herefordshire and Shropshire, by way of example, consistently higher. Historically, and when I use the term historically equals 23-24. I'm referring to 24-25 figures and figures to date, basically. Without unnecessarily going into further detail, part of that also needs to be looked at in terms of our new entrants into care and those children who are ceasing care as well, where Worcestershire compares favourably. And I think just going back to some of the earlier discussion points, when you look at the demand, as you were describing earlier on, absolutely that's the case. The demand continues to do that. Our looked after children rate is at a relatively steady state, a healthy heartbeat, for want of a better expression. And that's down to the current prevention that's in place. And I could quote figures till the cows come home in that regard. Suffice to say, prevention's great. We need prevention. Prevention works. A major part of the social care reform agenda feeds into that. But I think that Paul's point in terms of it goes beyond social care, it goes beyond children's services. We have to look at wider agencies, and indeed we need to look at government reform in order to square that box completely.
Thank you very much, Adam, and thank you for that clarification. And of course, if we're webcasting this, it's always very important to make the statement that we are vulnerable in society, must be one of our primary objectives, to look after them and get the best outcomes. So we've got challenges, and we recognise that. It's about what we can do. The other element is the voluntary community, the VCSE sector, the voluntary community sector. That's not really coming through in this paperwork. You pick that up as well. That doesn't come through, how we work with partners. We talk about neighbourhood committees, and when I've done research on neighbourhood committees, monies that are transferred from central unitarisation councils are then passed to these neighbourhood committees. But it's about what we're expecting of them. I know we're light on information from the government, but you speak about not just being the council, the county council or whatever unitary council, and that's absolutely right and proper. We have a collective responsibility. But I suppose that's the parts of the meat on the bone that they're missing from this document. And I think if I'm sat in somewhere like, I don't know, one of our districts and sat there thinking, actually, how will this look and feel different, and how will we improve the outcomes for people? Thank you. Thank you.
Is there any response to that? It wasn't really a question, but...
It was around the BCSE, the
Okay.
fact it isn't touched in the papers.
Yeah, so what's the answer to that?
The answer is not everything is in absolute detail in this report. It'd be 1,000 pages long, and of course we will need to put the meat on the bones as we move forward between the decision and the shadow authority. So I accept the point. We made the point at the CALC meeting the other night that we do intend to work with the VCS, and we do intend to work with the town and parish councils. We see them having a key role. The question is, what is that role? And it's not, I don't think it would be right for us to come out and say what we think that is. What we need is co-production with them, is to sit down, and that's what we talked about at the meeting that night, and they're very keen to do that. In fact, the chairman, Chris, has sent an email to me asking for us to set up meetings going forward, so we can start at the very bottom level to understand, okay, what do we think are the things that people would want to do? What would they be better at delivering than an authority? How can they do that? What sort of funding would it require? How would it be made up? What's the governance? How do we actually procure it? How do we do that without it being too bureaucratic? It needs to be co-produced and co-created. And so I absolutely understand Councillor May's position, but I actually think both reports say very, very similar things. They both intend to work with town and parish councils and with area committees where town and parish councils don't exist. The absolute meat on the bones is to be co-produced with those bodies to create a model that will then fill out this particular area, but the principle is set out.
I don't think I've got anything to add. Thank you very much, Chairman. I think it's been covered. It's just, there's so many unknowns with this neighbourhood committees. Where's the money coming from? How will they be set up? Is it going to be elected members? Are we just shifting from a district council model or a district council authority to a neighbourhood committee? And who's going to measure the outcomes?
Can I come in just while you're thinking about how to respond to that, about, as yet, what have we done so far with that tier, the town and parish councils, to give them any kind of indication of what this brand new world might look like for them and their relationship with the new unitary going forward? So what have we done so far? And paint me a clearer picture, if you will, perhaps the politicians ought to, about this brand new shiny Worcestershire and how it relates to the residents it serves. What mechanisms will there be in place to ensure that the function and role of the district council isn't completely lost in this? So quite, Hazel, good.
Hello, so I'm just looking at the LGA website, and they've got a page on devolution and local government reorganisation with facts and questions, frequently asked questions rather, and the Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government is providing a response. So in relation to the question, in final proposals, do councils have to include neighbourhood area committees as their model? What they're really saying is that the English Devolution and Community Empowerment Bill will establish a new requirement for all local authorities to make appropriate arrangements for effective governance of any neighbourhood area. In another question, similarly, what it's really saying is what constitutes those appropriate arrangements will be set out in regulations, which will prescribe details about timeframes and timescales in which they're required to implement. So I think what that's really telling us is that we can't at this stage go into specific description as to what that's going to look like.
If I might, Chair, so we need to wait, obviously, and see what the law tells us we have to do. But what I can say is that Lisa McDally was the lead on so our Director of Public Health was the lead on our community's area of working and area committees. She has met with the VCS and with the town and parish councils. She's involved that in the writing of this. They've been kept fully up to speed in terms of what we're proposing and how we're going to do it. Hence the reason we were invited the other night to the CALC meeting, and hence the reason we're in contact with them about working together. And I think that's the key point, working together to move forward to design this as and when we get the regs and then put it in place. Because there's no point also trying to push functionality onto certain areas if not all areas are capable of doing it. There needs to be some flexibility in terms of, parishes are of a different size and different capability. And so we need to model it such that we give as much as we can, but they're comfortable to do it. And that's the debate we want to have.
Oh, okay, I'm going to push back, Paul, if I may, and then I'm going to invite Nat. I attend 13 parish councils. I think it's the largest number. Tony Miller might beat me, I don't know. But it's a pretty close thing. And I'll be attending, Burt Smoreton Parish Council this evening, and in my chairman's report, my county councillor report, they're bound to ask me about where we are with this. And people like Burt Smoreton Parish Council, I'm afraid, they are not fully up to speed. The CALC people may be, but I don't think there's any evidence in the area that I represent that this has been distilled down into individual parish councils. And so they are absolutely asking me what on earth is going on. So my message to you is it may have reached the calc level, but it hasn't certainly reached the grassroots town and parish councillors who go about their job on a voluntary basis. Right, Nat.
Thank you. If you're sure you don't mind me coming in now, I'm sorry I missed the start of the meeting or the pre-meet. I've had a bit of a morning of it so far, and my phone may ring, but if so, I'll go out. Okay, so I think you all know that I haven't had a lot of faith in this process right from the start, and I'm not going to repeat all of that now. But just certainly picking up on what Hazel said about the neighbourhood committees, for me that's just another example of the centralisation of power and not giving us the control and autonomy that we feel that we deserve as councils. I'm not going to go much further with that. Both Seb and Karen have made some of the points that I wanted to make, but it's interesting to hear the CMR say that there's been a firm political steer, because we've read in paragraph 13, page 3, that officers have developed this proposal without direct political involvement, something that I find quite staggering, actually, but I do have some questions. So the first one might be in the report, but I can be a bit number blind. Everyone who knows me knows that. So I just wondered how much money this has cost so far, this process. Then picking up on the local neighbourhood committee model, it certainly might be tried and tested in urban areas. In fact, I spent last week up in the Liverpool Combined Authority region, which is certainly facing challenges. Anybody who knows Knowsley and Kirby and that sort of area, that's where I've been for the last 7 days. So it may work in those types of areas, and I did spend time speaking to Steve Rotherham, actually, the Mayor of the Liverpool City region. But where's the modelling for us as rural shires, and how convinced are we that this model is going to translate and work well for our residents? I still haven't seen it. Just a point about language, at times it's quite emotive, I think, in the report, and it reads a lot like a political manifesto at times. Can't think of examples at the moment, but let's see if I can find some just quickly. So it says... I might skip it if I can't. Oh yeah, it will be fragmented. It can only be sustainably tackled. So it is very kind of firm language, I thought, at times. The letters of support, all very well. I'm not sure how much attention we should be paying to John Campions, given the recent announcements. But where are the voices of the third sector and the other organisations that we've been working with? Surely if they're positive about this process, we would see them in the report. So just by their absence, I'm thinking, well, maybe they're not being very positive about the process. So where are they? Why aren't they in there? Sorry, that's my lot, I think.
I want you to particularly pick up the first point before we all forget it, about the author of this report. Now, the report itself says one of its strengths is that it's independent of any political steer. But on the other hand, I think Nat's suggesting that maybe some contradictions in that for what has else been written. So which is it? I'm going to give David a go, and I'm going to give Paul a go. So David on behalf of the politicians, and then Paul on behalf of the officer world.
Well, I mean, firstly, the first thing to say is we are different political parties. We're going to have different beliefs and, you know, want to take things in a different direction. But I've approached this completely from an apolitical direction. Every meeting I've had, I've listened to various concerns, be it political, you know, be it functional, operational, or financial. I haven't put politics into it. I think my point being that we are the administration. This was initially, if we remember back before we were in administration, which doesn't seem that long ago, or to others it may do. This is also back from the previous administration, which was the Conservative Party. I think we've taken it on. I mean, I think it'd be unfair to say it's got political steer. I think us as a party believe it. I think our administration believe it's the best thing for the county. They support all the work I've done. And I still don't see it, you know, the north and the south as a better option for the residents. I'm not sure if that answers your question. I don't think it's a political document. It's certainly not anything from our strategy. It's the best strategy for the county, but I don't think it's a dossier of what reform we're going to do over the next 10 years. This is something we've inherited. We think it's the better option. We were given this project, and we'll follow it through.
Can I just pick up on something you just said, so I'm clear? You refer to all the work I've done, but then refer to it as an officer document that you've inherited from the Tories. Which is it?
So, well, we inherited the project. That's the first thing to say. It was already in kind of full flow when we came in administration in May. I think, you know, being in administration, what you learn quite quickly is you rely heavily upon the officers. You know, their expertise in bearing in mind, you know, this project as a whole covers all the different portfolios. And we have to rely on the officers and their expertise and their teams and the amount of work that they've put behind this. We support it. I think what I'm saying is, did we write the document? Clearly, no. I don't think there's any expertise in any political party that can write a document of this length and depth, but we support it. And our administration, that's every single councillor we have, supports the decisions we make in the cabinet and the leadership team. And we've had meetings on this with our own team. They all think it's the best option for, you know, for the residents. But it's not a political steer. If my belief systems are different from another party, that's my belief systems. But I don't think you'll see it in the document. I think my point is, and our point is, the officers have done a phenomenally good job. I've yet to kind of question pretty much anything on here that I don't think, maybe there needs more meat on the bone. I think it's fair to say. I think the councillors, Councillor May has also suggested that the outcomes, I think she's probably right. I don't think there's any doubt about it. But I don't think there's a political steer, but there's a political belief from our party that this is the best option for the residents.
Forgive me then, so all the work I've done relates to coercing the members of Reform to support it? Is that
well, and the officers, the work I've done with the officers, the work I've done with Reform Party, but I've also met with members of the other party, bear in mind. I've met with Councillor May, I've met with other leaders in the leader's office. So it's not, when I say the work I've done, this is my portfolio, it includes hundreds of people I've spoke to, including doing focus groups. So all the work I've done, I've put into this to work with the officers. It's not a single thing. We're a political party, we're supported by officers.
Okay, I think I'm going to move on from that point. But before I do, Adam Kent's caught my eye. He happens to be sitting right in front of me, so
Yeah.
I can hardly avoid him. Just a quick point, Adam, please, at this stage.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
I
carry
think
on
really,
down.
I suppose really for anybody, I mean, obviously we've lived and breathed this for an awful long time, up until before Christmas, I think, last year. But for those that are just looking at this meeting in one position, from the way the debate is going, you'd think, oh, you know, this is something we've decided to go off and do. And I think it's important that we go back to what actually happened just before Christmas, when this was sprung on Worcestershire County Council, when the officers are about to go off on their annual leave or whatever else, with a huge amount of work dumped on us by Labour. And coming back to the actual parliamentary briefing in January, when Jim McMahon, who is no longer in the post as we know, he set out that this was a political decision. You know, so whatever this discussion is about, it's a politically led decision from the Labour government to ask us to look at devolution. And the exact words from him were, the English devolution white paper sets out how this government planned to deliver on a manifesto pledge to transfer power out of Westminster through devolution and to fix the foundations of local government. So that's where this started, and that's where we are. On the next part, he was asked the question that we all know, and I mean it's really interesting because I was watching the debate live, and he was asked whether what role other councils would have, and you were talking about parish councils, town councils, and district councils, and he said on whether district councils will have a voice in the process, it's a fact that we have received requests for reorganisation and statutory invitations go out at the end of the month. But it would be useful for the government to be faced with a number of options for what those new boundaries might look like. The county might have a view about how councils should be included in the reorganisation, and I suspect the districts might have a very different view. This was back in January. He then went on, and this is the last paragraph, it'd be quite usual for a number of different proposals to come forward for a county. It is for the government to try to strike a balance that takes into consideration identity, efficiency, and having an anchor to the area that makes sense. We genuinely want this to be a collaborative process so that it get the right outcome for local people. So he's expecting district councils to have a completely different view. I mean, at the end of the day, that's the route we're going to go on. But coming back to the core point, this is about devolving greater powers to councils that are then set up in a format that allows them to deliver them. And I think really from the parish and town councils, what I would like to see certainly moving forward as part of what we're doing and what I hope will happen is they get greater powers that relieves the burden then on that central authority. But to carve it up, as you well know, I've got particular views on it. But this is a political move. Don't get away from it.
Of course, this is. I'm going to come back to Nat, but we need an answer from Paul about how much this will cost. Yep, Paul.
I'll come to the cost in a second. I think you wanted me also to comment on how we'd approached it, as David did. So I understand the point that you've put in there, that you've pulled out of the report, and I think it's important to put that in context. What we're meaning by that statement is the government, as Adam has just said, were very clear that this is not an optional thing. You're included and you will do it. They then produced 6 criteria, which are in both of the bids. What we're saying is, as officers, we have taken those criteria as read. So we have done an objective approach to that as officers. We haven't gone to the members and said, do you like this one? Do you want to change it? We have said, that's what the government have said. That's the exam question. That's the question we're going to answer. Members, to be fair, both Conservative and Reform, have said, yes, that's fine. Move along and get it moving, which is what we've done. It wouldn't be right to say we've had no political involvement, but we haven't had political ideology steering it. We haven't challenged the criteria. We haven't challenged what the government have asked us to do. So we have written a report by basically looking at what does the data tell us, and we did it in 2 stages. The first in March, basically, we said we'd opt for one because we'd done some initial analysis that said 1 is cheaper than 2. And so then from that point on, members made a decision to say, okay, we will just work on 1, because that was the option that we were looking at, which is what we've done, and we've stuck to the same objective approach. And yes, we've used an external partner who is well known in this sphere, also advises government. They were seen as a very powerful partner in terms of doing that. And PwC cost for this piece of work?
Okay, I'll just touch on that, and I'll just do it in 2 chunks as well, because obviously when we had Jim McMahon's letter in January, we had the initial options appraisal that all members seen, so that cost 75,000. And then from March till May, we started refining that work, and that was 50,000. And then the final bit for what you've got today and that encompasses doing sessions with the leadership team, looking at our target operating model, doing a lot of work behind the scenes. So it's not in this document to change the operating model. So that was a further 200,000 at that point in time. So that comes back into my maths is £325,000. And we received about 38,000 from government in terms of that, because the district, the funding we had was from government was split between the 7
About a third of a mil.
325,000.
Yeah, less than that. It's just under 300,000, about 38,000 in cash. So,
so
okay,
about 290.
Okay, and that's 290 is the answer to that question, built up of 3 component parts. Now, carry on, please. We managed to get Adam
Thank you.
in the middle of what you were saying.
I think, did you pick up on the neighbourhood approach and whether there is any modelling on that for rural authorities?
Yeah, good question. We know it works perhaps in inner city Liverpool, but does it in the leafy suburbs of Worcestershire?
I can't quote you any particularly at the moment. As I've said, this is going to be a created new way of working. But if you look at North Yorkshire, it works in North Yorkshire, not dissimilar to what we are. It works in Cornwall, not massively dissimilar to what we are. But I do think it will depend on what the government put in that devolved paper in terms of the regulations, because effectively they are quite different in different parts of the country. But one of the ones really to go and look at is North Yorkshire, because that has worked well.
Okay. I mean, I remember going back over the years, Somerset was a bit of a trailblazer back in the day. I can't remember who said it. One of you guys just said that that tier of government, town and parish councils, will be empowered, I think was the word used by somebody, presumably to do more, have greater influence. Now, does anyone actually know whether they want that?
Yeah, I think it might have been Adam who mentioned it, but talking at the CALC meeting, yes, they are very clear. They are very keen to talk about it. What they don't want is an assumption that everybody will get something. that what they want to do is talk about what would we get and is that the right thing for us to do with our capabilities and our interests and our locality, etc. So absolutely they are interested. I suspect it might be slightly different in different places, and that's an interesting point that we're going to have to think about.
With influence comes...
But we have asked, and they are interested, yes.
With influence comes responsibility, and that isn't something everybody wants to grasp. Hazel.
Thank you. So I referred before about MHCLG having to bring in regulations. Well, they, with that in mind, commenced a consultation on the 7th of October, and it was called a Neighbourhood Governance Review. And part of their focus group includes that consultation with town and parish councils. So they have had the ability to contribute towards that consultation. Sorry, it actually opened on the 16th of September, closed on the 7th of October, and I believe we're still waiting for the outcome of that. So there has been provision to allow for all these councils to talk about what local governance would mean for them.
Window is 3 weeks?
It was in, 3 weeks from the 7th,
Well,
16th of September to the 7th of October. But I guess they're having to move at pace. And just very quickly, sorry, but
Yeah,
Suffolk have also put in a bid. They are in the DPP, so they're in the priority programme. They, I think, also have a rural community. They've put in similar model to us, so we can also learn from them in the process.
You know what I'm going to say, Hazel. 3 weeks is not a sufficient window to garner responses from the town and parish councils. Many of them only meet every other month. So just the practicalities, it would be wrong to assume all is right in the world when actually a 3-week window really didn't give practically on the ground parish councils a chance to respond. I'm going to say that, aren't I? And what's your response?
Tell it to central government.
Well, would you do it for us, please? Yeah, because that's not realistic consultation at all. David?
I just want to go back, Chair, just briefly to the I'm trying to understand, get to the crux of that question about the work I did and with the Reform Party. You know, just taking that journey back, a lot of our councillors, including myself, are not new to politics, but certainly new to having any responsibility. We hold weekly courts with most of our colleagues. I speak to them regularly. I was whip at one stage and deputy, as probably people well know. I've also had 4 meetings with those discussing both of those options, north and south, and one unitary. You know, Reform like to think, you know, we are making changes, but we're not going to rewrite the political, anybody's political manifesto. But I would say we are, I like to think we are common sense. We've looked at both options. We've given both options plenty of time, including myself, including all the party. They made their own decisions on this. It wasn't coerced. They wasn't pushed into this. It wasn't driven by me. But my job as CMR is to put what I think is the best proposal, having done all my own checks, had conversations, looked at all the evidence. I put that to them, including talking about the north and south. But bearing in mind the north and south option, I hadn't had a proposal to discuss at that stage, you know, when this project started. So I just wanted that on the minutes. They weren't coerced in any way at all. It was a free will and their own decision.
Okay. What happens in the Reform Group is a matter for the Reform Group, not me. Dave wants to come in. Before you do, Dave, and I know Matthew does as well, I'm just going to go back to Nat. Anything else, Nat? Okay, so I'm going to go down the line. Dave, then Matthew.
Thanks, Chair. Well, I sit here amongst a lot of different flavours of politics, as you've pointed out, but I think we're all here for the constituents, the residents, yeah? In terms of experience, Dave's just mentioned that many of us are new, in brackets, to this. I would have come in much earlier just to say, Tom, that the word coerce was a bit strong. We have discussed this very openly as a political party, and we've all looked at it from our own viewpoints as well, and with the views of the executive taken on board, because Dave's quite right. At the end of the day, we are not experts in these areas, and we take our lead from what we are given and the facts and figures. But it does seem to me that this is a labyrinth of potential, really, for all of us, and there are many paths we can go by. Karen's made the point very clearly about outcomes, and it's true to say, I don't think we really know the outcome we may get. We're looking for the best solution to put our foot forward. Bit like Brexit, can I say that? And one of the things...
I'd rather you not say that.
Okay, there we
But
go.
I'm also going to encourage you to ask a question.
Okay, the question is, in terms of the shadow council, I was just looking to that. One of the questions I've got is how that will come into being, and what is the ideology behind the shadow council? Will it be a clean slate, as has been discussed, or will it be looked to be more of a merger, really, perhaps, in some ways?
I think that's going to be an interesting discussion to be had now. You've opened up that line of inquiry. So I'm going to look to the Chief Exec first of all, and my question, just picking up Dave's, is some people would argue that this is the County Council with a few bolt-ons. Some people would argue this is a genuine opportunity for a fresh start in local government in Worcestershire, with a new focus, a shiny new penny. Which is it?
I think it depends who you talk to. To be brutally honest, and I think it depends on both officers and members of both districts and counties to decide what they end up with, is the truth of the matter. I think we've had a lot of debate about this. There's some key facts that you can't get away from. There's the county council is a significantly larger beast than the districts, even when you put them all together. And so I can understand that. I worked for districts for many, many years in my career. I can understand that. I've also been on the other side and thought, oh, this is a county takeover and various other things. And I think that is incumbent on us. And we've had debates about this at both Chief Exec's group and as the Leaders Board. I think it would be a really wasted opportunity if we simply think of it as a bolt-on. It is the wrong thing to do. And I say that as being the Chief Executive of the County Council. This needs to be an opportunity where we re-look at local government overall and come up with the best structure, the best way forward, and improving the outcomes, improving the services, getting better efficiency for the people that we serve in Worcestershire. This is about the people of Worcestershire. It shouldn't be about the organisations. There is a danger, and if you look around the country, some have gone. What they tend to do is they go for safe and legal on day one. That tends to mean more of the same. Or the other model is you go for a transformed council from day one. And that's what we're suggesting in our document. So there is no inference from any of us that it shouldn't be anything other than a bright new penny. It should be a new council. It will have new members, and it should be looking to do things in a new way, because you won't probably get this chance again for another 50 years. And if you miss that opportunity, that is just a complete waste of the effort and the drive that will come into it. So absolutely, I would encourage members to drive the transformation, look for it being done in a different way. Once we've got the decision out of the way about whether it's one or two. I can't give you the answer whether it's one or the other, because it depends on how we act and how we move forward. But everything I've seen so far is everybody has agreed this should be a bright new penny for Worcestershire. And I'm absolutely on board for that.
Okay, I'm going to invite Dave to come back in a minute, but just going to test this a bit further, if I may, Paul. So we're not going for the safe and legal route, but we're going to be a little bit more adventurous. Brand new councillors you referred to, yes, there will be. You might see some old faces returning, who knows, as well. But what about the officer corps? What about the director level? Are we looking at new directors?
Yes, I think is the brutal answer, and probably new chief exec as well, potentially. That's not to say that it will be new people. It's to say that ultimately those people will not automatically move across. And if you look at most of the councils across the country, there is competition, and that ultimately will be a decision for the shadow council.
Okay, so just final one from me, then I'll come back to Dave. I'm sure he's got a subsequent question, and maybe other people have on this area too. It's really important. That's the first time I'd heard that, Paul. I'm reassured to hear that.
Just caveat it slightly. It will depend on the structure that you set. Okay, so if you create structures that are exactly like they are now, then people will have a claim to that post under TUPE. If you do transformation and the chances are that you will be adding a significant additional services to what people currently do, then that is a fundamentally different post, and they are what's known as ring-fenced, and therefore they are open to competition. So in the end, it will be down to the members to decide what they wish to do.
Okay.
So it's not an automatic...
That's one hell of a caveat to what you just told me a moment ago.
Well,
So I'm
well,
glad you
no,
gave it
because
to
I
me,
think-
because
I
I
think-
didn't want to go away misunderstanding the reality of what we're talking about here.
So if you create children's services exactly as children's services is now in the new council, then in theory, Adam would have a TUPE right. If you add additional things or take things away, so if you think about housing coming in, or you think about various different things coming in, that post will be significantly different to how it is now, and therefore you can have a ring-fenced position. And what you tend to find across these things is you don't lose all of your directors. You'll lose some. The chief exec will always have to reapply because it's a fundamentally different job. Fundamentally different.
So for the clearly, anyone watching on and for the record, the chief exec of this new shadow authority will be appointed as a new appointment, a fresh appointment. It could be the same person, but there will be a process.
There will be a process, I'm certain.
And it's not TUPE.
No,
in that sense.
not that I'm aware of, no.
But then at the next level down, which is usually appointed by members,
Yeah, next 2 levels down, yep.
then there may be a case for transferring someone, if exactly the same position, post and job, TUPE'd across. But if you reconfigure those services in a different
Some will
way,
reconfigure much more obviously, won't they?
than
If you take
others.
environmental
Yep.
services, the chances are that there'll be an awful lot of change in there. And so that one, I think, I really doubt would ever be TUPEable. What you do in adult social care will be, if you leave it purely as adult social care, then that might be TUPEable. If you add housing into it, it wouldn't be. So it depends on scale and functionality, which is why transformation is the key about what services are you putting with what, how do you want to do it, because it creates opportunity, but it also creates risk. And so that's the balance that members will need to think about in their structure.
Okay. I hear what's said. There are legal points there to be looked at, I think. I'm reassured by that, to be frank. Just hope we don't throw the baby out with the bathwater, I think is the expression. Thank you. Thank you for your response.
Adam has indicated he wishes to speak. Matthew, you're okay if I go back to Adam, then I'll come to you. Adam.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. What an interesting line to go down. It's quite good that you printed out, because as you were talking through it, I was thinking, well, whoever decided there was going to be 114 councillors instead of 57 that had a decent salary and take it as a professional job, you know. The very thought of sitting in a chamber with 113 colleagues is something to like... Yeah, definitely you'd need to be looking for another career. I suppose what you've opened up is a can of worms, I suppose, really, because if you think about it, if you're turning 6 or 7 entities into one, then you've got 6 or 7 of the best. You can pick the best of the best of the best to run this new entity, and what an opportunity that could be in terms of what you're doing. You can get people that don't overspend instead of do. You could get people that manage things in a slightly different way, in the same way that you could get more councillors. And then the counter to that, though, is then, but the alternative is to have more. So the alternative, if you don't go down the one route, is that you're doubling up everything else. So I think, Councillor Wells, you've opened an interesting line whereby you would have a choice of an awful lot of people to fill those roles. I suppose it's interesting to think that the whole idea of this was to abolish all entities and create a new one. So I suppose the TUPE is an interesting thing, but we will see what's happening with this, because Surrey's just gone through a very, very similar situation where they wanted to split up into a smaller entity, and the Labour government's just said, well, this is what's happening. So I suppose we will learn what happens with the others by the time we get there.
So there will be an interesting moment where the pendulum moves across, because at this stage, we are not part of the Shadow Authority. We have no opportunity or no requirement at this stage to determine their future. They must determine their own future. Yet we are determining their future. We are saying this is the number of councillors you should be aiming for. You may find yourselves in a position where you are having directorates and directors, imposed is the wrong word, but moved over to you. So I guess the question really is, and I don't think there's an answer today, is at which point does this fledgling shadow authority make its presence felt? And how much is it inheriting as a done deal, forgive me the phrase, Dave, you won't like that phrase, but as you know what I'm saying. And how much will it inherit with very little opportunity to reframe that? And I don't know I guess we'll find out in time.
Well, yes and no. I think the legislation is pretty clear. This is a bid to government. Once it's created, let's assume it's one, and it comes into one, the shadow authority can do what it wants after that. Doesn't have to do any of the structures that are in here. Doesn't have to operate in that way. They will make their decisions just as you do as a council now about what they want to do and how they want to do it. All we can do between now and then is suggest. The point that Adam makes about the numbers of councillors, it's an option in here. The government might well tell us how many we're having. There was a point brought up at Calc the other night that says, if you look at the guidance currently, they say there shouldn't be any more than 100 councillors, and we're saying 114 if you double them. But actually, government could come back and say you are having 57, Adam, and we're going to double the allowances. They could. All this is a suggestion of how it could work. As and when the shadow comes in, they will then make the decisions about what they want to do, which is why we can do nothing more than say this is a vision of what the future is. Just the same for a 2 model as well. Exactly the same.
And it was back in 97, let me tell you, it was a time of excitement, if there was such a thing in local government. We had some money, which is always helpful, but it was a brand new start. And at that stage, with Herefordshire and Worcestershire merging in, going their separate ways, it was a wonderful opportunity. And we did things differently. And for at least 3 years, we had a can-do approach rather than a can't-do approach. You know, instead of officers telling me 10 reasons why they can't do it, they gave me 5 reasons why they could. And that was a revolution in terms of culture. It didn't cost a penny, but the revolution in terms of mindset, the relationship between members and officers improved dramatically. It was a new start. We actually knew each other's names when we passed each other in the corridor. It was amazing. And then, of course, things changed. So it is a new start, and I'm an eternal optimist and say if this authority is unfettered by decisions that have been made for it and has a genuine chance to frame its future, then we've got half a chance of doing something quite special in Worcestershire, whether it's 2 or 1. So the language today, Paul's been really encouraging, and I think those listening from districts will be pleasantly surprised by the discussion we're now having, because we need to turn it into action. Final point from me, before I'm going to go back to Matthew and to David and Matthew, is I just wonder. Currently, there are about 230 district and county councillors, thereabouts, and we're going to half it. So I'm just wondering where that equation sits with improved community leadership, engagement, placemaking. I wonder where, because basically those 113, whatever they might be, are going to have to work twice as hard to create the same outcomes. That's the mathematics. In reality, it may be different, but certainly halving the number of local councillors doesn't seem to me the best way of improving local accountability. Some people work very hard and others don't work hard at all. I know that. I'm just making that point. It doesn't really need a response. Seb, I think you're itching to come in here.
Sorry, I won't take 2 minutes. It's just, you've stumbled on something that's been niggling away, and I've quickly whispered to Karen, and I think I'm not sounding completely mad, which is a rarity. Let's say hypothetically, so we get to the point of the shadow authority. Some of us aren't elected to that shadow authority. This removes our ability to represent the people we are currently elected to, because the shadow authority may be led by a completely different administration who will have a completely different agenda or vision to the one that we are currently elected to. what are we going to do for our residents who did elect me, for example, to serve them for the duration of my term, but potentially there is a 12-month period whereby I have zero authority. I am an elected member to an authority that is being removed. I think that's something that should worry all councillors, not just those in a currently popular party or those that might do really well locally and have brand recognition. This is something that we should be dwelling on more. Potentially we will put our feet up and say, we're no longer part of that and let residents down, which really bothers me.
So it's interesting this, isn't it? And I'll come back to Paul and Dave and Rob if they want to chip in, or maybe even Hazel. There could be a sense of inertia here. In this shadow year, where, as Seb says, he's in the dying days of being a county councillor for X, and still is responsible to them, and the shadow member has no authority whatsoever, other than to help frame the new council, you could get in a kind of period of no man's land here. So the successor who has the moral democratic mandate to do something but can't do anything for a year, and the existing councillor who has no longer got a mandate but is still technically sitting on planning committees and everything else. So what are the officers going to do to do what they can to ensure we don't still get into a period of inertia for a year?
Everything we can, and it's a genuine risk. But the county council exists until the 31st of March, 2028, assuming everything goes to time as currently is set out. And so the reality is, we will continue. We will continue doing the work that we currently do. We'll continue to operate in the same way. We will still be responsible. All of the authorities will still remain with those elected councillors. The shadow elected councillors will merely, as you say, be preparing to take over. But they won't be running the county council, nor would they be running the district councils. And so the district councils will continue absolutely just the same up until the 31st of March 2028. So actually, it's good that you mention it, but absolutely, we need to just keep ourselves running and absolutely keep going. And there are some issues that we face about, what will that mean for staff? Can we keep staff? Can we retain them? Will they stay? Will they go somewhere else that's got security? Because there'll be a date coming where they may not. So there's all kinds of really practical things for staff and for members, and we've got to hit them head on. We've got to talk about them openly like this, and we've got to prepare, and we've got to absolutely roll our sleeves up and make sure that services don't dip, services don't fall apart, and that we still respond to members, we still deliver the things on the ground right up until that final day when somebody else takes over. That's absolutely got to be the way.
And the new authority will quite quickly need a monitoring officer, because quite a lot
those will be appointed first.
Yes.
What normally happens when the shadow is done, they will appoint their 3 statutory officers: chief exec, finance, and 151, and the monitoring officer, and then they'll start to work down all the others that they are then going to appoint. So that is normally the way of things that starts to happen.
But I guess the point I'm making then is that here's Hazel, with 2 hats on, potentially, serving 2 councils simultaneously, because you'll be guiding one in terms of the governance arrangements and everything else, the appointment processes and all those things. It'll be having meetings, and it'll be accountable, but without any power to... So you can see the point I'm making.
I can see the point you're making, Chair, but I would also just say we need to be really careful of language, because there are people watching this and they will watch it and people will pore over it. And absolutely right that they should. It could be Hazel. It could be the monitoring officer from Bromsgrove. It could be the monitoring officer from Wychavon. We mustn't make assumptions. So at the end of the day, yes, somebody will be the monitoring officer. It may be the current people that are currently employed by us, or it may be a TUPE if there is a standard position, but assuming things have changed, or it could be for somebody coming in from outside. So there are a myriad of things, and we must keep that open, which is why it creates uncertainty for people. And that's nothing against Hazel, absolutely not. She's got my full support, she knows that. But absolutely, we have to be clear from our point of view, from the points you made before, that we need to be clear and fair to our colleagues in the districts, that there will be a fair chance for everybody.
I'm absolutely delighted you rebuked me, because that adds further weight to what we're saying today about no done deals. Now, you've been named, Hazel. I'm turning into monitoring office myself.
Point of explanation. No, I'm joking. This isn't my pitch for the role. So just going back to what you said before. So really this is all going to hinge on the structural changes order that we'll all be waiting for. So that really will specify what the governance arrangements will be for that new unitary council in the transition period. And the guidance from MHCLG is very clear that existing councils leading up to that vesting day, we have to carry on delivering services, fulfilling our duties, but they will be expecting kind of transition plans. So we have to start preparing for transfer of assets, functions and staff, so we're all ready to go on that investing day. What I particularly like is it talks about mop-up legislation, so we'll have to wait to see what that means. So all lawyers potentially like mop-up, so watch this space.
Could I just say, I think the key thing for me in all of this, and it is to do with providing services, and it's Karen's point really about outcomes. We have to keep the outcomes going. The people we serve absolutely don't want to see a join in this. Success for me looks like a very, a change of the organisations without people knowing it, but we've got fundamental transformation in the way we do it. The key for me is making sure that frontline staff feel informed, feel that they've got a future, because the vast majority of people who are doing the jobs today, be it district or county, will be unaffected by this, because those jobs will need to be done the day after it goes to be a unitary. Yes, it will affect management, yes, it will affect senior management, but for the people on the front line, we've got to keep those people informed, confident that Worcestershire, as either one or two, is going forward, that we don't lose our key people who deliver our services. And it's absolutely key for ourselves and the district councils, because the market at the moment is very lean for all kinds of things, very, very lean. There's nobody out there. And I suspect at LGR there'll be a lot of people leave local government, so it'll be even leaner again. So one of the key things in this for me is absolutely being clear that we are absolutely going to keep our staff motivated and, give them a sense of real future and that optimism, both district and county, and only be dealing with those that are affected potentially by the reductions in management and various other things that are changes, because we've got to keep our people. They're who deliver our services. It's absolutely vital we keep our people on the ground.
The old slogan with New Worcestershire was people serve people like us serving people like you. That was the slogan in 97. Matthew, you've waited a long time.
Thank you, Chair. I have a local question, if you like, that Paul could answer for me. And if you could be very straight talking and give clarity on this, I'd really appreciate it. The Stourport Lib Dems have put a piece out and they've been really pushing it. The idea that Stourport should be moved into a South Worcestershire unitary, breaking away from Kidderminster, saying it would be cheaper, better represented, and the boundaries can simply be redrawn down to parish level. This has caused a lot of anxiety. Kidderminster, Stourport, Bewdley, we're tight, we work really well together. And for the sake of the residents who are buying into this and who are concerned, would you be able to say why this was looked at and ruled out?
I'm going to just caveat that just a bit. Matt, just remind me, are you the county councillor for Stourport?
No, I'm the county councillor for St John's in Kidderminster.
Right, so you're referring to something in Stourport and which some political parties put out some messaging? Is that what we're talking about?
That's right. Yep.
Are you really sure this is the place to be raising that? Just ask you to reflect on that.
What I would say, Chair, is I can't get involved in the political
so you're not
twos and
going to get an
fros.
answer anyways.
What I can say is that is not either of the bids that are going to government.
So you have an answer, and the answer is officially no. If that helps you, I'm sure it will. Matt, is there anything else more generally you want to ask? Okay. Now, my vice chairman, who I always forget. I don't know how I can forget Roger.
I don't know.
Anyway, Roger, the floor's yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I have 3 questions, really. 2 which are contained in the report, and 1 that is not mentioned, and I don't think it's mentioned in any of the previous report, and that is regarding the Worcestershire Pension Fund and what will happen to that. Obviously, if the 2 split takes place, will the pension fund be split? Who will administer it? Will there be 2 scrutiny committees, 2 pension committees? And what will happen if disagreements occur? So perhaps that will be for the first question.
Yep, that's quite a straightforward answer. That's happened in other rounds of reorganisation. Obviously, the pension fund will be entirety in its entity because it's not just Worcestershire, it's got Hereford and it's got other areas in terms of that. If there was one unitary authority, the administering authority would be the new Worcestershire Council. If there was 2, we'd have to choose between one of the north and south to do that. We would not be splitting the pension fund up because of the admin and all those functions around that. So, good example in when it was Northamptonshire County Council, one of the Northamptonshire councils was the administering authority for that, but we would not be splitting it up. We have done some work around that, but that's the answer to your question in terms of that. So you would have one committee from one of the
just the same, one would choose to do it.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. The 2 in the report, one is you've got, in the financial bit, you've got 9 million contingency cost in there. Can you just tell me or explain a little bit about what you believe that amount to cover, potentially?
Yep, certainly. This is working with PwC colleagues, looking across the board in terms of when you do the implementation. We've looked at some of the areas, but it'll be for unforeseen circumstances around implementation costs, around anything around that, because obviously this is going to be a huge change for local government across Worcestershire.
One of the things that's an obvious one to talk to you about is we don't include the costs of redundancies in because they are very specific to the individual. You know, if Tom happens to have 20 years service and you have 35, your costs will be very different. And so you need a contingency to say if potentially, how would you pay for that? We can see how we would pay for it. And so that's what it's there for. Hopefully we won't have to use any of it. It would be the ideal, because that will help the new authority. But if we do, then it's costed. It's about being transparent with government to say, could you implement this? And we believe we can.
So do you believe that's the worst case scenario?
Well, that's
the 9 million.
In terms of the modelling, that's where we are at the moment. Yeah, we've been transparent and open with it. Obviously, that's the plan at the moment. Yeah.
You also have in the report the sale of assets, which is 23 million. To come up with that figure, you must have identified some of the assets that are potentially for sale.
No, we haven't. We've got a list of assets, but we haven't modelled that. But when you look in different rounds of organisation, so when we did one, I'll use a real example, which I was involved in Dorset. If there was one unitary authority, you would reduce the asset base around that. So we've looked at some of those assets around that, and all 7 councils have a huge number of assets, and there will be some that will need to be sold in terms of that for best value.
I've been asked this question before, actually, and I think it's really important because some people will be worried that there's 23 million, it's a very round number. People think, therefore, you must have 20 sites that you know you're going to sell. And the answer is no. What we've looked at is the proportion of money coming in, the proportion that is held in our assets across ourselves and the districts. And when you look at other similar local authorities who have been through this process, what kind of costs did they get out? So it's always a model, okay? Having said that, you can start to think about there being some surplus assets. You know, we've already identified County Hall, haven't we, as being surplus. If you think about a new authority working, there'll be a number of council buildings, Redditch, this one, Wyre Forest, Worcester, you know, depending on the decisions made by the new shadow authority about where they want to be based and how they're based, some or all might be available. And so it's legitimate to have a number, but it's not. There absolutely isn't a list of things that will be sold, and anything that did come forward as asset disposal will go through exactly the same process as you've had here. It will go to members. They will dispose of it. So there isn't, it doesn't include selling off of parks or selling off of certain specific buildings or anything like that. It is a modelled figure which is fairly conservative, actually, around the values that we think we could get from the public estate by an efficiency drive on the accommodation we use. If you think about the opportunity to co-locate with some of the district and the county services, there must be a significant reduction in terms of what we could do. What they exactly are and when they come to the market will be to be decided.
Can I just also add quickly, the other option, of course, is repurposing some of those assets. So the opportunity there is to raise, or incoming cash for the council, the unitary, be it one or two. So you can, business event. You can do any sort of events. There is the opportunity potentially for housing, business startups. So I wouldn't just call it. That is the figure in there. But I'd like to think, getting together. There are lots of business people across, I can only talk about our administration, but there are lots of business people, I'm sure, across all the different members coming together and think how we can get the best value for the taxpayers. It won't just be selling those assets, it'll be how to get the best for the taxpayer. It could well be that we, increase options for car parks. I mean, there's lots of options to look at. Just selling them, just a big sell-off. I think some of that is being a bit of rhetoric from some of the councillors. I've seen it online. I think it's scaremongering. I've heard it a lot about, Reddit's Palace Theatre and so on. It's not true. Nothing's been singled out. So I'd like to just kill that point for now.
For the reasons I asked. Thank you.
Okay, Adam's caught my eye. Quick one, Adam.
Not really, but I've got a few actually. So if you could just bear with me a little bit. It's quite interesting the topic you just had, because obviously some of the districts have got their own housing stock as well. So there's all sorts of questions there that you would look at far greater than 23 million potentially. First question, I suppose, is really on the current situation, and I'd just like to understand from the Chief Executive that given the Surrey precedent, where the government's rejected the 3 unitary model in favour of 2 of scale, do you agree that scale and resilience are now non-negotiable criteria for structural reorganisation?
Can I take the fifth on that one? I don't think I can agree. I think it's an indication. I think clearly they had the option to go to a smaller size. They chose not to. But whether that was driven by the business case and the peculiar circumstances in Surrey, I don't know. I've not seen the bids. I think individual members will take their own guidance from what that particular result means. I think if we get half a dozen more in that all go that way, then perhaps you might make that inference. But at the moment, I would say for me, it's just a little bit early to tell. We've done our objective bid. We will send that in, and if the inference you're making is right, then we would hope that would be good news for us.
Thank you very much. I suppose then following on from that, in the alternative that if we don't go with this bid in terms of the one Worcestershire, and we were talking about it earlier, about risk. I mean, what do you believe the specific risks could be to children's adult send and home to school transport if Worcestershire's split into 2 authorities, whether that is with 2 separate services or some shared service that's pitched forward with potential different political leadership in both the north and the south?
Again, I need to avoid the politics of this. I think it's fairly clear from our bid that objectively looking at the data, we believe that would be suboptimal compared to them being as a single entity. I'll probably leave it at that. We have come down very clearly to say children's and adults, homeschools, ground school and send are the area that are rising in cost significantly. Those are the things that are creating instability in terms of the overall budgets. I think anything you can do to have a lower cost organisation means you've got more money to put into those services if you need to, or other services if that's your choice. Anything you do that makes that less will put more pressure on those services, and if things continue the way they are and funding from government continues on the way it is not sustainable. So the most sustainable and viable future from the data that we have looked at is to have a one Worcestershire Council, and you can infer from that two, in our view, and my view, would be less sustainable, less viable, and may lead to significant issues going forward.
Yeah, just two short ones, Chair, and thanks for taking this. I think following up from what Paul's just said as well, I suppose it's about if we don't go down one and you go down two, how do you apportion 600 million worth of debt and the DSG deficit and all the other things? And it's quite clear what you've said, really, I suppose, but do you imagine that would put unimaginable pressures on those two authorities?
It's already been apportioned in the case, if you look at it, and Phil can give you the exact numbers if you wish. It will create huge pressures, yeah, and the other thing that will create pressures is things like school place planning. You know, we are already tying ourselves in knots about one school in what is a county-wide council at the moment. Imagine if you're doing that in half the size. So there are some real issues about that. It all comes back to the driver in our bid is about saying, let's make the back office on cost, if you like, as small as it can be. So every spare bit amount of money that we've got goes into frontline service delivery. And that's where you get the 30 million benefit as opposed to the two, because there is a cost to running two organisations.
Yeah, thanks very much. I suppose really, and it's leading down the same theme. I mean, given that the North and South could potentially end up in a different mayoral or combined authority region, especially after the elections that are going to go on in Birmingham in May, whereby you could have a completely different political structure to something that's been seen. What analysis has been done of the risk of losing a county's governance in that way? And with a scenario of two authorities, also with the different political leaderships, in the event that you have got shared services for adults and children's, with that many number of different bosses, who's going to be responsible for leading a joint children's or adult service? Who is actually in charge, who leads, who controls, and who is accountable? And how could two separate authorities be able to have the influence over one separate organisation with such critical spend across the county as a whole?
The second part of the question I'll answer first is that's something you need to ask the districts, because that's not our bid. Our bid is very clearly that it should be one for all of the reasons you've set out. That's why we believe it should be one. It's simpler, good governance, clarity, key responsibilities and authorities are defined. That's one of the backings behind what we're saying. On the issue about the strategic authorities, the Leaders Board and the Chief Executive all agreed that whatever happens, whether it's one or two, they want Worcestershire to go together as a single block, which would protect against some of the things that Adam has said. However, you are absolutely right. Those are the current leaders of those authorities. If you were to get different shadow councillors elected and they had a different view, there would be nothing to stop them making a different choice. Just as we could make a different choice as a singular authority, if you went into two, they could make a different choice and choose to go elsewhere with their partnerships. At the moment, we've sought on both bids to be together, but that decision ultimately would sit with the shadow authorities. So you are correct, there is a potential risk of that if it was to come to pass.
To come back in, but I'm wondering if Andrew has anything he'd like to ask, and then I'll come back to you, Seb.
Thank you, Chair. A lot of details, a lot of castles in the air in terms of figures here. I mean, a lot of modelled figures, so it's hard to sort of really drill down and get a lot more. Other than that, we can hear a lot of sentiment about the efficiency of a unitary authority. It's interesting that looking at the other hand, districts have focused on the localism, local decision making, and the danger that this is further centralisation and taking decisions away from people. I'm not sure how that fits in within the business model. I note that the PwC comments about impartiality. That can be taken two ways, as has been done. The concerns are that I think I remember a meeting where the PwC people were asked specifically, if we'd given you a different agenda, could you provide a report that would support having a two-unitary? And the answer was yes to that one. And the third part that's concerning me is that public understanding is really poor. Thus far, we've had some engagement roadshows apparent with a strong messaging for one unitary, which sounds a bit more like campaigning rather than actually informing. So I'm just a little bit troubled about those three points.
Do you want to take the last one first? The one about, because the district councils argue that they've carried out public consultation and the county council model hasn't received the same type of consultation. I think Andrew's saying that this is almost like a done deal, and this is trying to one of persuasion rather than genuinely listening. I think, to paraphrase Andrew, I think that's what we're saying. Paul?
Broadly concur.
Good. Paul?
There has been a very different approach between the county council and the district council's coalition. And it depends where you come from. We've already started this meeting by saying this has been imposed upon us. So asking people what they want, actually, the government has set the 6 criteria. They've said, choose which you think is the best against this criteria. We did that back in March under the previous administration, and that's the point at which we made the choice to do one. Ever since then, we have simply been working up and the figures and all of the data behind it and getting to a point where we are today. The district councils didn't do that by March into government. They chose to do that over the summer and did it in a very different way and went out to ask people, do you want one? Do you want two? Well, you know, that's up to them. We'd already passed that point in March. You know, that was done in the previous administration and we'd made that decision. So that there was no point going out. The government is doing the consultation. They've been very clear. Once you've put your bid in and they choose, they will consult with the public. So we've never been asked to consult with the public. Yes, the districts have chosen to do that. Great. But we weren't asked to do that. Not at all. We were asked to engage with partners. And we've done that. And you can see that in the letters that we've got. And so it is a difference of view. We have taken it very objectively of, these are the criteria, we've been asked to do it, we've already got the decision, these are the timelines, and we will engage, which we are doing now. We're engaging. We also made the view that if we're going to engage, we should engage when we can tell people more about the detail. What does 1 look like? What does 2 look like? Simply going out earlier on and saying, well, it could be 1, could be 2. Well, what's the difference? Well, we're not really sure yet. We've chosen to come and do it once we'd got the actual business plan there, so that when people are doing it, they are at least informed about what we're saying. And hence the reason we have the stuff about council tax equalisation and everything else, which isn't in the 2 bid.
That was the second point. Andrew was making an earlier point.
Philadelphia.
I remember the point. It was about PwC saying during the process you could make 2 unitary authorities. The case stack up. But what you've got in front of you today, members, is in terms of 1 Worcestershire and 2 Worcestershire. What we've done in 1 Worcestershire Authority is look at our MTFP, look at the implications from Fair Funding 2.0 that'll be coming through, looking at the implications of EFS, and in my opinion, as your Section 151, the finances for 1 are more financially viable over the longer term than 2, and that's my assumption. And that's in where we are. The district's case, you can read that. I won't comment on that, but from my view, there are other questions about that.
If I can just also, what he did actually say at that meeting, and we can all go back and look at the webcast if you wish, I think he said, yes, he could do that, but it wouldn't be as good. And, you know, we see that. We see that in the fact that you can write a bid about anything, whether or not it's the best bid, but that comes down to whether you're giving a steer on what you want people to write, and we haven't. We went out, and actually it wasn't these two gentlemen that were there at the time. We went out and we said to PwC, tell us which one is best by March. Is it 1? Is it 2? Is it close? What is it? And they came back very clearly and said, it's 1. But I have to be really clear, against this 6 criteria. Add a 7th, change 1, do something differently, you can have a very different outcome.
Very briefly, I mean, it does show how subjective some of the data is. The fact that you've got, you know, completely different sides of this argument. So it does show, you know, looking at the data, I also strongly agree with Karen on this. The outcomes are difficult when we are forecasting some of these outcomes. But we have to rely on professionals. PwC are a professional organisation that have built this report, and from what I can see, certainly when you look at the figures of the fiscal sustainability, which is, it's not, people keep saying it's not about money. You can't provide services without money, and so it has to be it has the biggest impact, I would say, on the outcome. So having distrust of a professional organisation is one thing, and having an opinion on it is something else. I think what we've seen, what we've got to look at, shows us in no uncertain terms that financially and fiscally and going forward, more sustainable will be One Worcestershire, and those are the figures that are put in front of us. That's all we can work with.
Okay, I'm not going to open up that Pandora's box of the response to, I think, a question I raised, which got a few people quite excited at the time about, could you make a case for a 2 Worcestershire, and the answer was yes, but with the caveat, I'm sure you're right, Paul, I'm sure you've interrogated the video enough to just see exactly what was spoken at that time. I know the monitoring officer did, because I had a call about it. Right, I'm going to have the last few speakers, and they are Seb and then Matthew. Seb, then Matthew.
Fab, thank you. You are right, and I'll go back to the very beginning, and I think, Chair, you made this point. This is the 3rd or 4th time we have... The thing that really bothers me is £290,000 to get this. Now, I will say I am a One Worcestershire person. I will have that out. But is this really value for money? And maybe the Cabinet members could take that away to PwC, that we have unpicked this just today about 2p and staffing and contract. And we have paid a huge deal of money for a report that, quite frankly, has raised more questions about what the future of this county will look like than given us any answers. So hopefully that's one to say. I will just say, you know, we talk a lot about this district council survey. It is less than 1%. And if we take, you know, Worcester, for example, the people in Worcester voted on the survey for 1 unitary. The district council then said we want 2. So actually, this survey is being used as ammunition in whatever forum it best suits. What I really will say, though, is on paragraph 28 on our thing, it says here, this provides a pathway to financial sustainability. I can't see a pathway. If this is a pathway, it's incredibly overgrown with weeds and other such nonsense. I don't think this report gives us any clarity as to how a One Worcestershire authority will be more financially stable. So I was really hoping that an officer could just tell us why, if we adopt this as true in fact, what financial sustainability that would have.
Phil, this is definitely your question.
Yeah, I'll
and
take
it's
that.
a really important question. I think the question is asking, does this in itself deliver the sustainable financial future platform for us, or is this just part of the journey and will still require some really difficult decisions?
Well, yeah, there'll still be decisions to make, but if members turn to page 114 of the business case, it's got the MTFP from 28, 29, all the ones to 20, 21, 32 in terms of that. And I think just one thing just to remind everybody, we are in exceptional financial support. We have to pay that back. So in there you've got the shortfall, and we'll have EFS in 27, 28 as we come through the budget process. So that'll take us through how do we get back out to be future sustainable, and that's what we've done, and that's what I've been modelling with colleagues from PwC, and we've been really honest and open around where that funding will come from, assumptions around council tax harmonisation, assumptions around sale of assets, the benefits from LGR, bringing services together, not disaggregating the services. So if you disaggregate the services, £10 million in our business case, 7.3 in the district's business case. So there is a future sustainability we can get out of this. So that is. So I'm happy to take members to. I'll have a conversation with Seb outside and to go through that.
That would be useful, but I think we've got the answer to the question. Matthew, you on my list.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, just in response to what Councillor Cross said about the District Council, it was only last week Wyre Forest District Council had a very different approach and they voted for a single unitary. See, common sense prevails. My question is, I know the officers have done a fantastic job given the short amount of time they've had to process this. Yes, we don't have all the information. It's just been handed to us in a very short amount of time. Could the officers just assure us that they've done everything possible they can to put this plan forward? I believe they have, but I would just like them to confirm that, you know, they have done what I believe they've done. Thank you.
A yes or no would be good, but maybe just a little bit more.
Yes, I think we have done all that we can within the time that's available and the resources that we've got. What I would say, and it links back to your point, Chair, of the previous question, is all these plans are great when you read them. But go back to that point that I said to you, and when you were talking about the bright new penny. This is predicated on significant transformation. So we are not assuming a safe and legal starting point. We are assuming, we haven't quantified the additionality in the value of that yet, but it's written through the DNA of this that actually we will fundamentally look at every single service that moves into the new authority to make sure it's fit for purpose, meets what members want to achieve, is driven by, you know, Adam mentions a lot about AI. This is the time to do it. We've 2 years to go. We get it ready such that when we start the new organisation, it starts with, this is how we work. This is what it looks like. This is how we're going to deliver our services. How are we going to bring together services, business systems, what we're going to do on our IT. You know, if you think about the different IT systems we have in all of the councils, there'll be one. So one set of licenses, simplified and reduced in terms of cost. That's the stuff that you need to do. It's a huge amount of work. It's, you know, this is relatively the easy bit. There's a huge amount of work coming, but that's the caveat I would give. It's a yes, but it is predicated on the fact that to do this, there needs to be those decisions and that willingness to change such that we develop new services in a new way for a new council. That's absolutely key.
David.
Just to go back to Councillor James's point, the PwC, the cost of delivering this proposal, it is an astonishing amount of money. I would totally agree, and you know, we're finding out, you know, how councils are run financially is very different. I think it's worth saying than businesses are. But my colleague sat here on my left is looking into all contracts. So I know people tend to mention Doge now, a bit tongue-in-cheek, but we are investigating from an internal perspective. Rob is working closely with the officers, and we, as an administration, you know, have been signposted some of these costs. That's one small part of it. 290. That's a one-off cost. Some of the contracts we have are eye-watering. So rest assured, this began, but we have to take market forces. I'm not sure how many other consultations were made with other third parties to look into this. But yeah, it is a lot of money, but it's where we are now. I think we've just got to get past this and kind of look forward and maybe not look back at this particular option because we can't reverse it.
So thanks for that clarity. Right. Just want to pick up on a quick point that I think was Paul or Phil might have been making. It was Phil, I think. Talking about the amalgamation of districts and their assets together with the county and the issues going down the road that we know about from a county council perspective. But of course, what we're less sure about is we don't have the knowledge base to the same degree of understanding what might appear assets from a district council point of view that could quickly turn into liabilities. So we know from experience the pressures we have in children's services and so on. We're less confident to have the same in-depth knowledge of the development control process or refuse collection service and all the issues relating to that, you know, and there's some issues there to be resolved about food waste and all sorts of things coming downstream. So we tend to focus on what we do at the moment and translate that into what they may look like in future. But of course, these, and I'm not going to call them bolt-ons, they're much more substantial than bolt-ons. We have less knowledge around the table today, from an officer point of view, of some of the fine detail and the liabilities that we may be taking on in terms of any kind of risk management strategy we have going forward. So I just throw that one out there. What I want to say, unless someone's got a particular answer to that, I was just throwing it out there really. As Paul?
I think a number of us have worked in those services before, me included. No, I'm not sure refuse collection has very much, so there is that, but you're absolutely right, and we are working with our district colleagues. That's why it's vital to keep those staff fully engaged as we move forward towards the new authority, because they do know all of that ins and outs, and absolutely it's key. But also, I think, you know, we've got to be clear that the value of these things are very substantially different. So, you know, refuse collection, what is it, 2 million a year, 3 million a year? You know, that's one child, two children. And so the impact on the organisation is less. Absolutely, in terms of the impact on the people, believe you me, I've answered thousands of calls in my years about how terribly disruptive it is for people to have their bin missed. But, you know, we do need to understand that. We do need to absolutely look at how we do that. But we do have different collection regimes. Is that the most efficient and effective way of doing it? Is that the most efficient and effective way of using a fleet? So there are some opportunities that we can look at.
People who live in West Malden, in Natalie's ward, may have a difference of opinion in terms of the method used to collect their household waste to, say, someone in the middle of Redditch. It's a different terrain, a different set of challenges. Localism, local knowledge, placement, all that stuff is very, very important. So I'm going to see if I can summate. First of all, thank you. For anyone who thought this was going to be a dull meeting, they were wrong. It's been the best of the three we've had. I think probably 6 or 7 hours on this from a scrutiny point of view. So pretty much, you know, a fairly hefty commitment from members and officers in doing our best from a scrutiny side of the world to hold you guys to account. And I think we've done that. I think we've performed that role and more. I'm going to provide some notes which I'm hoping to get out before the Cabinet meeting so that at least you've got that paper trail to show the chronology of what's been going on and the things that perhaps we focused on more than others. I think today was particularly helpful, Paul. I think you've given me a much clearer understanding, and it's on the record, of how the new shadow authority might emerge in terms of its processes. I think that's really good. And from a district council point of view, listening in on that, I think there'll be some reassurance there that this isn't a done deal and it's not a takeover. It's a genuine, Seb, I'm not going to read, unless it's one sentence, because I'm trying to summate the meeting.
Thank you. It's just before you get to the recommendation, once the Cabinet are here, I was wondering if, maybe through you, Chair, if they would consider taking the lead of South Staffordshire and writing to the government to abandon LGR altogether, because I think that is a general feeling. It was a reform administration that led on that, and I wonder if that could be a recommendation.
I'm going to ask. We can certainly include it in our paper to Cabinet. That's a political question, I think. So if anyone's going to answer it, it's probably David or Rob. How are you feeling? Let's ask. Let's put it in a way that they have a chance to reflect on it a little bit. So perhaps you might want to consider, as the appropriate Cabinet members, to make a representation to government saying, actually, Worcestershire doesn't really need this right now.
Well, I believe it does need reform, partly because of the amount of debt that the council's currently in. We need a better solution, and this is the solution we see as the best option for the county. So I certainly won't be writing a letter.
Reading the MJ, whatever it is, municipal thingy, they were still hoping that at the 11th hour the new minister would come along and say, "Do you know, we've got better things to do." But that hasn't occurred, and I don't think will. But I certainly sympathise with Seb's point of view. I really do. No one in this room. We spent so many hours talking about this when we could have been doing other things, all of us. So that's the plan. We will circulate it around the OSPB members here today, tomorrow or Wednesday at the latest, so that you can see whether that's a reasonable summation of the meeting today, and that will then be passported on to the chair of cabinet. I think is it Thursday. So thank you everybody. I'm going to say to the OSPB members, we haven't got a lot more to do. We've got to probably give you a 5-minute break while we say goodbye to Rob and co. Rob?
Can I just say something very, very briefly at the end? Obviously, as a finance professional, one unitary is clearly the best financial option, but that's not really what I wanted to say. That the one thing I've heard today that's absolutely critical, we grasp the opportunity, whether it's one or two, to build something or create something that we want and not bodge things together. And that comes from personal experience. When I started my career in Wyre Forest District Council in the mid-80s, and Wyre Forest District Council came about from 1974.
Rob, I have summated the meeting, but I did indulge you, but I didn't want to speak.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
It wouldn't be fair on anybody else who's got other things they would like to jump in and say now. Okay. I think we've got your message. Okay, I'm going to give you everyone a 5-minute comfort break. For those of you who are not returning, thank you so much for your attendance this afternoon. Can you remember? Am I right? Yes, I was there too. There was definitely a HOSC meeting.
We have had a HOSC meeting. It was very well attended, thorough discussions, actions. You were sat there, Chairman, and were part of the conversation. I don't think there's anything else to add to that, to be honest.
Okay. It was a good meeting. HOSC meetings are always good. I always look forward to HOSC meetings.
Well, what we've got is we were talking about a seamless approach to primary care network with neurological conditions as well, and feeding in with the hospital. So Dr. McNally's gone away and doing a whole piece of work with her team about how we can make that work as well, working with all partners. So if we can get some positive outcomes from that, because neurological conditions was the one area that everybody had asked, could we look at the care for neurological conditions and the pathways? Thank you.
Thanks, Karen. Really important meeting. I don't think there's anything else for us to discuss, so we are free to go. Thank you so much for your attendance. Underline your attendance. It was probably the most productive of the three we had. And I do actually think 14 members is quite a lot of people to choreograph